Hello and welcome to Pokémon Red version and Pokémon Green version. For today, we are going to be playing through two Pokémon games. At the same time, they're in different languages. I speak both languages. I'm going to compare and contrast the two, because there will be differences. And also, there will be some very notable sprite differences between the two. We could already see it on the screen there. But yeah, this will be interesting. Okay, so right from the start here, we've got more information from Professor Oak. Japanese is much better at compressing stuff. I mean, there's not a whole lot more. He starts with Hajimemashite, nice to meet you. Hello there is totally fine. But then, in English, we've only got welcome to the... In Japanese, Pokémon Monster no Sekai. So, he's already getting to the world of Pokemon. He doesn't have the welcome yet. Yeah. Clearly, like, both of these text boxes are pretty much one-to-one translation. Just one uses a lot more of the text box. There's gonna be stuff like that. I'm not gonna point out every time that happens. Alright, so on one hand, my name is Oak. People call me the Pokemon Prof. Whereas on the left there, he's not Oak, he's Okido, which could be orchid. Still a plant. And he is still known as the Pokemon Professor. This world is inhabited by creatures called Pokemon. So, in the Japanese, it's not just inhabited by creatures called Pokemon. Creatures called Pokemon live all over. Basically everywhere. And it's interesting to see already a sprite difference here. A lot of the time, I prefer the newer sprites. Like, in most cases, the newer sprites are at least closer to the Sugimori art. But then there's some aspects, like Nidorino's mouth here. On the left, like, Nidorino's face just looks like a regular creature face, and on the right it looks like we've got a gaping void in there or something. Like, it doesn't read, to me, like an open mouth. It's like just a big black bar. For some people, Pokemon are pets. Others use them for fights. Alright, and on the left, yep, some people use them, or some people keep them as pets, or use them in, I guess fights can work. Battles is what we would call it more in more recent games, but fights is a shorter word. Which is probably the reason that they used it. They had a very, very tight text limit for these text boxes. Myself, I study Pokemon as a profession. Yep. First, what is your name? Alright, and we are going to call ourselves Redmond over here on the right because it just barely fits. But then, we can't be Redmond over here on the left because it's one character too long. So, we are instead going to be... Instead of Redmond, we could just go Red, but then that'd be too... standard. So we're just gonna be Redmond. No D, just Redmond. Right, so your name is Redmond. Whereas on the left it's, so you're called Redmond. Or Redmond. This is my grandson. He's been your rival since you were a baby. Yeah. Doesn't necessarily say that we've been rivals since since I was a baby. On the left, it's, this is my grandson. You've been friends your whole lives. And also your rivals. Like it's saying he's been your friend your whole life and also your rival. Not just he's been your rival since you were a baby. Like we're losing the friendship aspect on the right. What is his name again? Pretty much just straight one-to-one translation there. And we're gonna just go with blue for him. But we're gonna call him green on the left because that's what they called him. Like in all media, other than the anime where he's, I believe, Shigeru. Like, this character is referred to as green in Japanese and as blue in English. Therefore, green. He is going to be green in Japanese, and he's going to be blue in English. That's right, I remember now. His name is Blue. Redmond. Your very own Pokémon legend is about to unfold. On the left, it's more of a story than a legend, but it works. A world of dreams and adventures with Pokémon awaits. Let's go! Okay, on the left we got, dreams and adventures. Let's go to the Pokémon world. Let's go! So, another thing that we can see is different between the two versions of the game. The tile sets for most areas are different. So a lot of sprites for the environment are going to look different. A lot are also going to look the same. Here, at least, it seems mostly just down to the colors that the Super Game Boy has chosen for each version, which those are going to be different. Yeah. Redmond is playing the SNES. Or the Super Nintendo. Whereas on the left, it's not a Super Nintendo, it's just a Famicom. Not a Super Famicom. Interesting. Okay. It's time to go. Redmond turned on the PC versus Redmond flipped the PC's switch on. Which, yeah, fair enough. Let's get our potion or our, wound medicine. Notably, I'm playing this with 2 controllers, not 1. And, interestingly, I'm using the Switch Online Super Nintendo controller for the English copy, and I'm using the Super Famicom controller for the Japanese copy, because, hey, makes sense, doesn't it? What I didn't expect was for the Super Famicom controller's D-pad to be so much stiffer than the Super Nintendo controllers. It's weird. Right. All boys leave home someday. It said so on TV. Professor Oak next door is looking for you. Whereas on the left, he called for us. There's a movie on TV. 4 boys are walking on railroad tracks. Good old Stand By Me. And yep. 4 boys on the left. Yep, walking on railroad tracks. So it's Stand By Me in both games. I better go too. Alright. Out we go. Okay, here it becomes much more apparent the difference in tile sets. Like, the sign to the left of our house. Completely different sign. These rocks over here on the left. Completely different rocks. This grass we're standing on. Completely different grass. These wood... Excuse me, ma'am. I'm raising Pokemon too. When they get strong, they can protect me. Whereas in Japanese, she basically says that they can be her, or they can serve as her bodyguards. So, completely different wooden stakes, I guess. And then these flowers are very different. The water is different. It's fascinating seeing how very different these tile sets are. Hey, no, come back here, talk to me. Technology's incredible! Whereas on the left, he's saying that the power of science is incredible. You can now store and recall items in Pokemon as data via PC. Out of the way. There we go. The Oak Pokemon Research Lab. Whereas in Japanese, it doesn't just say Oak Pokemon Research Lab, it says, this is the Oak Pokemon Research Lab. Or rather, it says it's the Orchid Pokemon Research Lab. Again, different name across different languages. Pallet Town, shades of your journey await. Whereas, we're not in Pallet Town in Japanese, we're in Masada Town. And it says, pure white is the color of beginnings. Because Masada comes from, basically, brand new and pure white. It's like a mix of those 2 terms. Actually, before we go into the tall grass, let's go into the lab and see if these folks have anything interesting to say before Oak gets here. I study Pokemon as Professor Oak's aide. Yep, that is the thing that you do. Professor Oak is the authority on Pokemon. And, in fact, in Japanese, this girl uses the English word authority to describe him. He is the authority on Pokemon. So yeah. Many Pokemon trainers hold him in high regard. Yep. Adds up. I mean, that's how it's going to be for most of the text in this game, I imagine. I imagine most of them are going to be pretty much identical or as close as they can get while keeping within the text box limits. But there are a few text boxes that are absolutely going to be very different. Of course, those are pretty widely known. And this one also is just Professor Oak's aide. So, out we go. It amuses me that only the door on the right has a handle, like a doorknob. The door on the left, no doorknob. The tile sets are quite different. Also, the windows have more shading on the right versus the left. And the windows in the doors are more rounded. And instead of having little bits of grass on the ground here, it looks like we're on more of a dirt road type thing on the left. Though notably, the tile set on the left is not entirely absent in the US version of the game. It's used in places like the Safari Zone. So there are some environments where the tile sets will look the same. But anyway... Hey, wait! Don't go out! Oh, I didn't realize that text box would advance automatically. It's unsafe! Wild Pokémon live in tall grass! Whereas on the left, it's more... That was a close one. Wild Pokémon will jump out at you from the tall grass. You need your own Pokémon for your protection. Whereas on the left, if you had your own Pokémon, you could battle them. I know! Here, come with me! Gramps, I'm fed up with waiting! Blue? Let me think. Instead of saying let me think on the left, he's just got a bunch of dots. Oh, that's right. I told you to come. Just wait. Yep. He told him to come. Just wait a bit. Here, Redmond. There are 3 Pokémon here. Ha ha! Or in Japanese, ho ho! They are inside the Pokeballs. Or in Japanese, they are inside the Monster Balls. Because they don't call them Pokeballs, they call them Monster Balls. When I was young, I was a serious Pokemon trainer. Yep. In my old age, I have only 3 left, but you can have 1. Choose! Ah, in Japanese, we got a little pause before the choose. Hey, Gramps, what about me? Whereas in Japanese, it's basically... Ah, no fair! Gramps! Give me one too! Be patient. Blue, you can have one too. Japanese is basically like, come on, don't get impatient. You can have your... You can take your pick also. I don't know that I've ever talked to Blue at this point. Heh, I don't need to be greedy like you. Whereas on the left, he's saying basically, you know, I'm more mature and not so greedy as you are. On the right, he says, go ahead and choose, Redmond. On the left, he's... No. I'll let you pick first. Alright, so, at this point, we've got a choice to make. We could go with picking the one on the cover of each game, go for Charizard, or go for Charmander on red and go for Bulbasaur on green. But that would deny us the ability to look at certain things, like the differences between certain sprites. It would also make the runs of these games more different than they're going to be. And it would also mean that Red would have a really annoying time against Brock. So I think I'm going to split the difference and choose my favorite starter in both games. That one. Squirtle, the tiny turtle. Whereas on the left, it's not the tiny turtle so much as the baby turtle. After birth, its back swells and hardens into a shell, powerfully sprays foam from its mouth. Oh, that's right. The dex entries are going to be different between these two. It's not going to be a direct translation. So on the left, we've got, when it tucks its long neck into its shell, it can spray out a jet of water with great force. So, you want the water Pokemon, Squirtle? We're not going to choose Squirtle just yet. Let's look at the other two. Because, again, the sprites are different. And so are the dex entries. And boy, has Charmander had a glow up since Pokemon Green. Obviously yep, it's the lizard Pokemon for both. Obviously prefers hot places. When it rains, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. On the left, it's had a flame burning on its tail since the moment it was born. And when the flame goes out, its life will be over. And let's take a look at Bulbasaur. Posing-wise, I think I prefer the green sprite. But I cannot deny that just the shading and everything else, the shading, the line work, everything on the Pokemon Red sprite just looks so much cleaner here. And yep, they're the seed Pokemon on both. Bulbasaur, a strange seed, was planted on its back at birth. The plant sprouts and grows with this Pokemon. And on the left, from the moment it's born, it's had a plant seed on its back. And it slowly grows. Slowly but surely. Also, I have not been reading the name differences, but we've got Fushigi-dane for Bulbasaur, which is basically mysterious seed. Squirtle, I believe, is Zenigame. We'll see that soon. And Charmander was what again? Hitokage, so just fire lizard. Except it's a portmanteau, so like, fire-lizard. But yeah, let's go Squirtle for both. Squirtle and Zenigame. This Pokemon is really energetic. And let's not nickname him. And he's going over there to grab himself a Bulbasaur. I'll take this one then. Notably, in Japanese, it doesn't just say that either of us received the Pokemon. It specifically says that we received it from Professor Oak. Or rather, just from Oak. Or I guess from Orchid. Okido. My Pokemon looks a lot stronger. Yep, pretty much. If a wild Pokemon appears, your Pokemon can fight against it. Where's on the left? That's right. If a wild Pokemon, even if a wild Pokemon appears, you can use your Pokemon to battle it and make your way to the next town. So in English, he doesn't tell us that we can make our way to the next town. Push start to open the menu. Interestingly, on the left, Starto botan or push. So basically just English. If you push the start, just push the start button. Just English words with Japanese grammar. And then the second line tells you that when you press it, the menu will open. The save option is on the menu screen. If you want, on the left, it's if you want to save, use the Pokemon Report option. Wait, Redmond! Let's check out our Pokemon! Whereas on the left... wait, Redmond. Since we got these Pokemon from Gramps... we just got these Pokemon from Gramps! Come on, I'll take you on! And... on the left, it's... basically try and take me on. And since they had to increase the length that a Pokemon's name could be by quite a few characters, they had to actually move some things around on this here battle screen, like the Pokemon's name got moved to a different line from its level, which honestly makes the opponent's name look a lot more cramped up top there on the right. Another interesting bit, they've changed which menu options are in which places. Also, the menus themselves have little Pokeballs in the corners on the right, whereas on the left they don't. But anyway, we do have Fight and Run in the same places, but where Pokemon is on the English copy, we've got Items. Whereas over here, we've got Pokemon and Items. So yeah, Pokemon and Items swap places between languages. And there's a reason for that. And the reason is, if we open the items here, it goes right there. And if we open the items here, it also goes right there. So actually, maybe there isn't a reason for it in this particular game. That's just how it is. And it looks like my Squirtle's got a bit more HP on the left. And we've got Tackle and Tail Whip, which in Japanese... well, we can actually see that the layout of the menu has changed again. Because in Japanese, things are a lot more horizontally compressed. They don't need as much horizontal space. They could fit it all in that left window and then put the other stuff on the right, whereas we have 3 windows on screen in English. That tackle in Japanese is taiatari, which is basically just body check. And then tail whip is shake the tail. So it's not so much a whip in Japanese, it's, you know, wag it. Wag the tail. And we are going to start with wagging our tails. Ooh, interesting. So, my English Squirtle is faster than the Bulbasaur, whereas my Japanese Squirtle is slower than the Bulbasaur. Also, I need to change which hands I've got these controllers in. Alright, so now let's get to tackling. Looks like my English Squirtle might also have higher attack than my Japanese Squirtle. We've been growled at in English. But it's probably fine. We've been growled at in both languages. And it looks like it's actually a speed tie in English. Whereas in Japanese, we're just straight up slower than the Squirtle, or than the Bulbasaur. My English Squirtle may also have more defense than my Japanese Squirtle. It is entirely possible that the English Squirtle is just better. Oh, Japanese Squirtle tried to use Growl, but it didn't work. Couldn't land it. And looks like English Squirtle is done thanks to a crit. Japanese Squirtle still needs to get it one more time. Oh, but we missed! Okay, it used another Growl, giving us a chance here. And we have won both battles. Okay, so our attack stat is significantly better in English. 2 whole points. And we have 1 point better speed. Same defense, same special. But more HP on the left. So, at least Japanese Squirtle has 1 stat better. Also, it looks like the back sprites are the same. The only difference is the color palette that the Super Game Boy has chosen for each game. What? Unbelievable! I picked the wrong Pokémon! Whereas in Japanese he says that I should have picked your Pokémon. And here's another language difference. In English, we get Pokédollars. In Japanese, we just get straight up yen. Just real money. Nothing special about it. Just yen. Okay, I'll make my Pokémon fight to toughen it up. Redmond, Gramps, smell you later. Whereas on the left, it's not smell you later, it's basically just see ya. But that's just a matter of giving him some character. I will never complain about a character being given some character like that. As long as it's in a way that feels like it fits. Like, if they're memeing just to meme, then it's kind of lame. I will say, the color palette on the left there makes it a lot easier to make out details in things. Because we've got, you know, a purple and a blue versus a bright green that gets lost in white. Hi, Redmond. Blue is out at Grandpa's lab. He's not, though. Do we need to heal after that battle? No, we do not. Unlucky on red. Let's go get a battle over here. Hey, we got a Pidgey in both! So here we see the difference in Pidgey's sprite. Its eye is much bigger in English. But it also seems to be quieter. Level 3 versus level 4 here. We're definitely going to be seeing differences between these two runs, but that's how it goes. And the name of gust in Japanese is kazeokoshi, which is basically just, you know, to kick up a wind. Or to create wind. Which, I guess, you know, makes sense as gust. It's not one of the moves where the name completely changes. There are a few of those. But this ain't one of them. Hi, I work at a Pokémon Mart. Whereas in Japanese, they don't work at Pokémon marts, they work at friendly shops. It's a convenient shop, so please visit us in Viridian City. Whereas in Japanese, it's a convenient item shop. So we should visit them in Tokiwa City. I know, I'll give you a sample. Here you go. And I should actually head... That is not the file that I wanted to get another battle. Redmond, you should take a quick rest. Whereas in Japanese, it's basically, how about you take a quick rest? Good, you and your Pokemon are looking great. Take care now. Again, Red apparently just can't get through this grass patch without a battle. Actually, it wasn't this grass patch that we got the battle in before, but whatever. Nice crit. we've seen many more crits on the right than on the left so far. In that on the right we have seen 2 crits. We've seen none in green so far. Speed's way better in red. I promise we won't spend all of today just grinding, but I don't want to have to use my only potion this early. Oops. Accidentally talked to her again on the left. And this time it was the left side that couldn't get through. Let's see if we can find a Rattata on the right. I know we already have, but I want to compare the 2 sprites side by side. Show me a Rattata. Or in Japanese, a Korata. Which is basically just little Ratta. Of course, we only find Pidgeys when I want to find a rat. There's a rat. So, we've got Rattata at a completely different angle. Which, again, it feels like the line art is cleaner on the right. But I think that's not so much that the line art is clean, so much as that on the left, the line art is almost all in black, whereas on the right, where we've got highlights, it uses a different color. And that's what makes it look like it's cleaner line art. It's that the line art also respects the highlights, whereas on the left, it does not. I find it interesting that the Rattata is making pretty much the same exact face in both games. Alright, let's get green caught up to red. Nope, we don't need another rat. Of course, we had to get 2 encounters trying to get caught up. And it's yet another rat. Okay. All right. Well, hey, I didn't read this thing's name in Japanese before. It's a popo, which is basically just pigeon noises. See those ledges along the road? Whereas in Japanese, hey, you know how there's ledges along the road? It's a bit scary, but you can jump from them. Whereas in Japanese it was basically, it's a bit scary to jump from them, but you can get back to Pallet Town quicker that way. Yep. Alright, we got an encounter in both games. And it's a rat in both games. Incidentally, I could have played both of these on 3DS and had an easier time transferring things into Pokemon Home. But I wanted to play on original cartridges because A, it's cool to do that. B, I can still transfer the saves onto 3DS, it just is going to take a little bit more effort. And C, this way we can play them in Super Game Boy mode and thereby have colors, instead of having them be purely black and white. Interesting, there's no accent over the E in Japanese, and in fact they use a capital E. But that's because in Japanese that would be read as poke, whereas to read it as poke instead of poke in English, they did in fact have to change the E. Welcome to our Pokemon Center. We heal your Pokemon back to perfect health. They don't say perfect health in English, or in Japanese, it's just, we heal your Pokemon here. Shall we heal your Pokemon? Whereas in Japanese, basically, will you hand me your Pokeballs? Or rather, will you leave your Pokeballs with us? Okay, we'll need your Pokemon. Whereas in Japanese, it's basically just a confirmation that, yep, I have received your Pokemon. Thank you, your Pokemon are fighting fit. And in Japanese, it's basically thank you for waiting. The Pokemon that you left with me are now all... they're all healthy. We hope to see you again. And in Japanese, it's not so much we hope to see you again as we hope you use our services again. We will be waiting for you to use our services again. There's a Pokemon Center in every town ahead. They don't charge any money either. Whereas in Japanese, it doesn't matter how many Pokemon you have them take care of, they don't charge any money. So you can use them as much as you want. So they squeezed a lot more info into the Japanese there. Pokemon Centers heal your tired, hurt, or fainted Pokemon. Whereas in Japanese, it's, even if your Pokemon is so tired it can't move anymore, it'll be right as rain, basically. You want to know about the two kinds of caterpillar Pokemon? Whereas in Japanese, it's, do you know about the two species of caterpillar Pokemon? Or two kinds? I guess. Yeah, it's do you want to know. Caterpie has no poison, but Weedle does. Whereas Caterpie has no poison, but Bidoru does. Watch out for its poison sting! Whereas the Japanese, they don't use the name of a move. It's, basically take care your Pokemon don't get stung. What if we say no? Oh, okay then. Alright, and now we've got a mart versus a shop. Hey, you came from Pallet Town? You know Professor Oak, right? His order came in. Will you take it to him? I, accidentally skipped a dialogue box in Japanese, but it was probably pretty much the same thing. So in English, we got Oak's parcel, whereas in Japanese, we got just a package. Doesn't specify that it belongs to Oak. No, potions are all sold out! Whereas in Japanese, it's... Man, I don't see any potions. Looks like they're sold out here. This shop sells many antidotes. Whereas, on the left, it's basically, this shop's main seller is, like, they say this shop's main, the thing this shop sells the most of is antidotes. Like, antidotes are what keeps the shop afloat. Stuff like that. Wow, tons of Pokemon stuff. Whereas in Japanese, it's Pokemon goods. No, nothing there. I guess we can't inspect those shelves. Just avoiding grass on my way back. Might as well get into a battle here on the left. Come on. Show me a Pokemon. There we go. And it's another rat. See, we missed our tackle on the left. Wow, twice in a row. Also, I believe... Or not. Oh, looks like left Squirtle's got a little bit more XP than right Squirtle. And and has learned Bubble. Let's try and get Right Squirtle to level 8 as well. The level 2 Pidgey will probably do it. There we go. Hey there, guard. I'm doing fine. Hope you are too. Yeah, guard, they are indeed nostalgic sounds indeed. Oh, Redmond! How's my old Pokémon? Well, it seems to like you a lot. You must be talented as a Pokémon trainer. What? You have something for me? Ah, this is the custom Pokéball I ordered. Thank you. Gramps! Wow, his theme did not stick around long. What did you call me for? So, in English, it makes it seem like he was called back here. Whereas in Japanese, it's, I completely forgot. What was it that you called me here for again? So, like, the reason that Green was called here before, like when we originally got here, he had been called here for something else, is what's being implied here. But he completely forgot about what it was, and so did Oak, I suppose. And yeah. So actually it was on the left. It wasn't, you know, what did you, or why did you call me here? It's, I completely forgot. Was there something you wanted me to do or something? Oh, right. I have a request of you two. On the desk there is my invention, Pokédex. In Japanese, he doesn't necessarily say it's his invention, but he does say that it's the Pokédex that he made. Though, instead of calling it a Pokédex, it's the Pokémon Zukan, which is Pokémon Illustrated Encyclopedia. It automatically records data on Pokémon you've seen or caught. So, in Japanese, it automatically fills in its pages with info on Pokémon. It's a high-tech encyclopedia! He uses the English word high-tech in Japanese, so you know it's high-tech. And yeah, guard, I also started with red, and my brother started with blue. Our birthdays are one day apart. We got the games and our Game Boy Colors for our birthdays. And since his birthday is the day before mine, he got first pick. He knew that I wanted blue, so he picked blue. Probably to spite me. And yeah, he chose Charmander as his starter. I chose Squirtle as mine. So yeah, basically same deal as you. Redmond and blue, take these with you. To make a complete guide on all the Pokémon in the world. That was my dream. But I'm too old, I can't do it. So I want you two to fulfill my dream for me. Get moving, you two. This is a great undertaking in Pokémon history. All right, Gramps, leave it all to me. Redmond, I hate to say it, but I don't need you. Whereas in Japanese, it's not, I don't need you, but rather, like, basically, sorry, but there's nothing for you to do here. Like, it's not I don't need you, but rather basically just more of a it's gonna be done without you type of thing. Like you're not gonna get any chance to contribute or anything like that. Something to that effect is what he's trying to say in terms of context and all that. I know, I'll borrow a town map from my sis. I'll tell her not to lend you one, Redmond. Ha ha ha! Oh, we get a little extra line here in Japanese. With him basically saying, like, so even if you go to my house, you won't get anything. Grandpa asked you to run an errand? Whereas in Japanese, it's not so much he asked you to run an errand as he gave you a job. Or gave you some work to do. Asked you to do some work for him. It's a bit bigger than just an errand, is the thing. Here, this will help you. In Japanese, that sounds tough. I'll give you this, so use it. Crammed full of Pokémon books. Whereas in Japanese, it's there are only Pokémon books lined up on the shelves. Like, crammed full makes it sound like there's a lot more of them, but in Japanese it's just like, everything lined up on the shelves is Pokemon books. It's different. That is a third critical hit in red. We still have yet to see a critical hit in green. But then again, I suppose that makes sense. Our Squirtle is faster in red, and crits are based on your speed stat. Come on, give us an encounter. There we go. A fourth crit in English. Still no crits seen in Japanese. Still so weird seeing the difference in the tile set between these two games. It's also interesting every time we get the same Pokemon lined up on both screens. Just seeing the sprite differences. Yeah, Guard, my red Squirtle is currently 2 points faster than my green Squirtle. Oh, green Squirtle missed. Yeah, my red Squirtle is basically just better than my green Squirtle. It's faster, it has more attack. And in exchange, it's got 1 less HP. Oh hey, we finally got a crit in green! Where in English, it's you got a critical hit, whereas in Japanese, it's you hit a weak point, basically. You know what, before we go to the Pokemon Center, let's see if we can get our Squirtle to level 9. Gonna be easier to get there in Japanese, that's for sure. Level 4 Pidgeys are worth more than level 2 Rattatas. Oh, but apparently we're getting to level 9 either way. So yeah, here we can see the difference between these Squirtles. Oh, the speed stat has closed the gap a little bit. We were 2 points ahead, now we're only 1 point ahead. But we are still 2 points ahead on attack. And defense and special remain identical. And HP, I assume, is still going to be 1 or 2 points higher in Japanese. So, interestingly here are options. In English, we've got buy, sell, and quit. In Japanese, it's more conversational. Instead of saying, may I help you, the clerk is saying, is there something you're looking for? And our options are, I came to buy something, I came to sell something, or, nah, I'm good. Interesting. It lets us ask for more than we can afford. Pokeball? That'll be 19,800 Pokédollars, okay? You don't have enough money. Alright, let's actually buy an amount that we can afford of monster balls. Wait, I wanna... There we go. Let's buy 10 monster balls. And 10 Pokeballs. And we can also stand to have a few antidotes. But, yep, this shop is, in fact, sold out of potions. Feels weird. Alright, now we gotta catch a Pidgey and a rat. I kinda wanna try for a level 4 of each, but neither of these Pokemon is going to stay on my party for too long, so I don't think it matters. Whoops, we crit the rat. But honestly, that probably just gets our Pokemon more lined up in terms of their XP totals. So let's throw a Monster Ball at this bird. Ooh, level 4 Pidgey over here. Dang, our first Monster Ball failed. It's not like I can weaken the Pidgey anymore. Oh, hang on, wrong controller. Using a Super Nintendo controller for each of these, even if they do have some differences. I think what I needed to do was maybe use a different controller for one of them. Just to have the controllers feel different so that I could more easily tell them apart with my hands instead of my eyes. Alright, let's throw another Monster Ball over there, and let's throw a Pokeball over here. Alright, caught the Popo on our second Monster Ball. first Pokeball failed at the Pidgey, so we are currently even between games. Ah, we have received a crit. Go Pokeball. Get me a Pidgey, please. Dang. So fun fact, in Gen 1 we cannot use the number of shakes to determine how close we were to capture. Because in Gen 1, the number of shakes is just based on what species of Pokemon you are trying to capture. Every Pokemon of that species will always break out at the same number of shakes if it's going to break out. So, some Pokemon, you can actually tell if you've caught them well before the ball changes color and whatnot. Because some Pokemon that break out on one shake, if it shakes more than once, you know you've got a catch. Anyway, alright, Pidgey was caught. New Pokédex data will be added for Pidgey. Whereas in Japanese, Pidgey's data has been newly, or Popo's data has been newly saved into the Pokédex. So on the right, we've got the tiny bird, whereas on the left, we've got the baby bird, or the young bird. I would use the word birdlet, but that's not a word. A common sight in forests and woods, it flaps its wings at ground level to kick up blinding sand. Whereas in Japanese, or I guess in green, it doesn't like battling. It hides in tall grass and catches small bugs and the like. It specifically says small bugs and other things. Doesn't specify what other than small bugs, but eh. So now we've got a bird in both games. Time to find a rat for both games. That's a bird. Alright, green found a rat. I mean, red found a rat earlier, but it splatted it. Ooh, a level 4 rat. Looks like we could probably get away with a second tackle on that level 4 rat. Rat obtained in green. Let's make sure we get a rat in red. That's a rat. A level 2 rat. Please, rat, do not get splat. Okay, the rat is not splatted. So we are catching a Rattata and a Korata. Alright, both rats have been captured. So, we've got the rat Pokemon on the right, whereas on the left, it's just the mouse Pokemon. Bites anything when it attacks. Small and very quick, it is a common sight in many places. Whereas in Japanese, it has long, sharp fangs, or I guess long, sharp teeth. I wouldn't call them fangs, but they do use the word for fang. They grow throughout its entire life, so they wear them down by biting on hard things. I almost regret not playing the same version on both sides, because then we would get to see the actual one-to-one Pokédex changes, instead of having the difference between the different versions Pokédex entries. But whatever. Those Pokeballs at your waist. I wonder, if we only had one, would he still have used a plural? You have Pokemon! It's great that you can carry and use Pokemon anytime, anywhere. Yep, pretty much. Let's see what the sign has to say about Viridian City. Viridian City, the eternally green paradise. Whereas Tokiwa City says that Tokiwa is the color of a green eternity. And let's have an optional rival battle. Because it gets us some optional XP, but we're going to save before it. Incidentally, because of the way that I'm playing these games, I've got Red in my Analogue Pocket, running through the Analogue Pocket dock. It's using the Super Game Boy Core to play the game off the cartridge. Whereas Green, I'm running in my Epilogue Operator GB, plugged into my computer. So Green is technically running under software emulation, whereas Red is running under hardware emulation. But the software emulation for Green, I've got it set to run at original Game Boy speeds, which I think is slightly faster than the Super Game Boy speed, which is what is being emulated over on the Analogue Pocket. So that explains the 2-minute discrepancy in these two games' playtimes. It's just a Rattata. I don't need to worry about syncing up encounters here. Though I believe we can get some Nidorans. Look how different the bricks in these two tile sets are. On the right, it's more like cobblestones, and on the left, it's just straight up a brick road. Hey, Redmond! You're going to Pokemon League? In Japanese, he adds, "Give it up." Oh, he just moved the forget it to another line here. Forget it, you probably don't have any badges. I don't like how the S isn't capitalized. The guard won't let you through. By the way, did your Pokemon get any stronger? Oh, dang, a level 9 Pidgey. I hope we haven't bit off more than we can chew. Bubble should be fine, right? Ooh, it missed. On Japanese, it missed. Okay, so that bubble got us a speed drop on English. That's helpful and all, but not as helpful as I'd like it to be. I think we're gonna tail whip and tackles. Uh-oh, we've been sand attacked in Japanese. Sand attacked again in Japanese. This is gonna be annoying. And yet, Japanese Pidgey has yet to do any damage to my Squirtle. Never mind. And we just missed our first tackle over there. I do believe it is potion time. Missed a second tackle on the left. Makes sense. We've been hit with a couple sand attacks. Another miss! Okay, I think it's time to swap to the rat on the left. Pidgey down on the right. Let's see if we can't get another... Yeah, no tail whip from the rat. But that's fine. We're not here to get the rat XP. Let's try for a tackle over here. Oh boy, sand attacked again. And an instant miss. Let's go ahead and use our Kisugusuri. Or wound medicine. Blue is about to use his Bulbasaur. Makes sense. Yeah, let's swap Pokemon. Wait, why am I in Shift? I should be in Set Battle Mode. Come on. I changed that option before starting the file, but I guess it didn't respect it because I went back to the title screen after doing that. Yeah, let's see if we can get some tail whips in on this Bulbasaur before the rat goes down. And missed another tackle over on the left. Can we get a second tail whip? We can. And we've missed another tackle on the left. Boy, these sand attacks are doing their job in Japanese. Oh, come on. I'm gonna go ahead and bubble on the left. Bubble's got a little bit more accuracy than tackle. Oh, dang, he is letting us do a lot of tail whips. Also, Blue, why is your Bulbasaur lower level than your bird? Okay, I'm starting to think this Bulbasaur isn't going to be a huge issue in English. I'm just going to keep on tail whipping until this thing takes out my rat. And I'm actually going to swap to my Pidgey in Japanese. Okay, there we go. The rat's gone. The rat is very gone. I was hoping my Pidgey would survive more than one turn in Japanese. I was hoping that we could use it to heal up without having Squirtle be exposed to yet another sand attack. Alright, well, we got through the Pidgey on both games. And this Bulbasaur is going to get wrecked by this tackle. Dang, it didn't even succeed at growling. Alright, so, I guess we're gonna do a Tail Whip with our Squirtle over here. Ooh, Leech Seed. That's gonna be a problem. Wish I had a Pokemon to swap to. And there's Leech Seed on the right, but that's not gonna matter. 'Cause we just need to land that tackle. And... oh, we've been growled at on the left. It means I need another Tail Whip, but... you know what? At this point, I think the Japanese one is going to require a little bit too much luck to pull this off. So, let's go ahead and soft reset over there and start the battle over. Right. Forgot we needed to still go back through here. Okay, it's just a rat. We don't want to catch the rat. So let's go ahead and save now, just in case. Alright, come back, Green. Not pressing A on Red because it'll get rid of the battle music. And we are still in a battle over on the left. A battle for our lives. Alright, let's get Sand attacked again. And let's Tail Whip one more time. Oh, cool, we got crit. Ah, but then it missed. We have been sand attacked, but we have yet to miss. Ah, it missed a sand attack. Oh, but we just missed a tackle. So nobody did anything that turn. And there's another sand attack. I think... oh, missed another sand attack. But then I missed a tackle, so we had another turn where nothing happened. Seriously, these sand attacks are doing so much work. Please, Popo, survive a turn. Okay, yeah, you can survive a sand attack, no problem. So let's go ahead and use our potion now. Perfect efficiency there. And this gust takes out our Pidgey with a crit. But... here comes the turtle. We have been gusted. Alright, I just need to... okay, it didn't sand attack. I just need to land this tackle, and the bird is down. Oh, it crit us, of course. Bird down! Okay, we're in a much better position this time than we were last time. And yeah, I'm going to make use of Shift Battle Style this time. And we're going to do Tail Whips as long as this Bulbasaur will let us. Because that is the strat. Alright, we got some growl going on. There's some Leech Seed, but that doesn't matter. Because it will not get passed along to my Squirtle. And it's not like the Bulbasaur has any HP to gain from this. Ooh, and we get one last Tail Whip before the Leech Seed takes my rat down. Okay, so thankfully Leech Seed is the only grass-type move that thing has, so it can't hit us for super effective damage. And our tackles will be doing lots. That is not nearly as much. Oh, we crit, so it ignored the defense drops. Thanks, Gen 1 code. Look how much more damage a non-crit does. Oh, we got another crit. Okay. We're through both battles. And yep, speed is back to 2 ahead. Attack is now 3 ahead. Defense and special remain identical between Squirtles. Ah, but left Squirtle is now 2 HP more. Aw, you just lucked out. I pressed A on the wrong controller. I missed what it said in Japanese. I heard Pokemon League has many tough trainers. I have to figure out how to get past them. You should quit dawdling and get a move on. Isn't there like a hidden item up here? The answer appears to be no. Alright, let's go get our team healed up. Oops. Paying attention to 2 games at once makes it a little bit more difficult to accurately move places you intend to. Hang on just a sec. Ah, yes, on Route 2 we can indeed get some Nidorans and a Spearow. Which means that's exactly what I want to do. At the very least, I want a Nidoran male in both games, which is kind of a big ask, actually. Because in one of the games, it's going to be a 35% encounter rate, and in the other game, it's going to be a 5% encounter rate. Which is a bit of an oof. But Nidoking is so good, it is worth it. Well, we found Nidoran female in green. Which is the common one. And we found a Spearow in red. So, Spearow, or rather Fearow, is arguably better than Pidgeot. But neither one is our endgame bird, because Dodrio's better than either of them. By quite a wide margin. I mean, sure, there's other birds that you could also argue are better, but I don't want to use the legendaries. Alright, we got this Nidoran down to yellow. Let's go ahead and throw a Monster Ball. And this Spearow isn't yellow, so we're going to throw a Pokeball. Monster Ball failed. We have caught the Spearow. Spearow, the tiny bird Pokemon, eats bugs in grassy areas. It has to flap its short wings at high speed to stay airborne. Our Monster Balls are just not working on these Nidorans. Or on this Nidoran. Let's go ahead and swap over to our Popo to see if we can't weaken this thing a little more, raise our catch chance slightly. I don't want to risk using another Gust. There's a chance that it would leave it at 1 HP, but there's also a chance that we would get a higher roll and just kill the thing. Game, I don't have that many Monster Balls. You're gonna have to let me catch the thing at some point. Unfortunately, Rattata does have a 50% encounter rate here, so half of everything we find will be a rat. Really hoping we'd be able to have more Pokeballs. Alright, we got a Nidoran male on English. Which is the common one over there. Honestly, looking back, having my brother take blue and make me get stuck with red, probably for the better. Red's version exclusives are just better. And of course, we aren't going to catch the Nidoran male on ball number 1. But what about ball number 2? Yep. Nidoran male behaved a lot better than Nidoran female. Or Nidoran female. It is the, Poison Spike Pokemon, which I believe they use Poison Pin in English. Which, yeah, that works. Yep. So, Nidoran male stiffens its ears to sense danger. The larger its horns, the more powerful its secreted venom. So, Nidoran female... even though its horns are small, they are incredibly... their poison is incredibly potent, so you need to be careful. The females have smaller horns. Okay, let's go get our team healed up, though I guess it's mostly I'm just getting the Japanese Pidgey healed up, but whatever. And we're also going to go to the shop and buy at least a couple more Pokeballs. Whoops. Did not mean to jump over that ledge. Again, playing 2 games at once, there are going to be missed inputs like that. So I really need to hope that the first Nidoran male I find in Japanese behaves better than the Nidoran female. Because I only have 6 balls over there. And let's go go ahead and save now. And if we fail to catch the Nidoran male in the number of balls we have, then I need to go for another 5% encounter rate to find another after reloading the save. There's another Nidoran male on Red, but they are not rare there. That is a 35% encounter. So what we need on Green is a 10% encounter and a 5% encounter. But that is a 35% encounter that we just found over there. Unfortunately, since this is get all the Pokemon mode, I do want to find everything in every route before I move on. Which is going to be a bit of a resource drain. Not to mention being a time sink. Even though I know for a fact I'm going to eventually play through Red in Japanese, and therefore get access to the version exclusives and more common in other version things. Yeah, I'm still gonna try and get everything I can on Green. Found another Spearow on Red. But we don't need another Spearow on Red. Incidentally, in these games, I don't have to use specifically Pokeballs for everything. And there's a reason for that. Oh wow, we found a Nidoran male pretty quick. Got that 5% before we got the 10% of a Spearow. And now we can see the sprite difference between the male Nidorans. Looks like in Green, I mean, it's just sitting there instead of in a more active pose. I think I like the pose better in Green. Though again, the sprite work just looks cleaner in Red. Notably, if I was playing Red in Japanese, it would have the same sprites as Green does. These sprites are actually from the Japanese Blue version. But hey. I do like when I get to have the same Pokemon on screen in both games. Okay, we have been leered. But let's go ahead and swap over to our Popo so that we can use a Gust on this thing, get it just a little bit weaker. And we've been leered again. Alright, we got it to Red. Hey there, Calfor. I love the classic battle music as well. I mean, just all of the music in this game is my childhood incarnate. Yeah, the reason that I'm not stuck using just Pokeballs in this is when you transfer Pokemon from the Virtual Console games over to Pokemon Home, they're all just in regular Pokeballs no matter what they were caught in, because Gen 1 and 2 did not keep track of what ball you caught things in. So I could catch everything in Master Balls, and it would still be Pokeballs in Pokemon Bank. Anyway, we got our Nidoran male nice and easy on Green. That's nice. I really appreciate that it showed up so quickly. Alright, so... it is also the Poison Pin Pokemon. Its ears are large, and they move like they're flapping around when it's listening to faraway noises. If you surprise it, it'll try and hit you with its poison pins. Wow, we also got the Nidoran female relatively quickly in English. We are having decent luck. Let's see if we can get a Nidoran female on screen in Japanese. Oh, I know how to get a Nidoran female on screen in Japanese. They're facing opposite directions. They would be facing the same direction if I found a wild one, but, so in English, the spots are lighter and the head is really weirdly shaped and the ears are less defined. Honestly, I really prefer the Japanese sprite here. Like, I really prefer it. The sprite in Red, it's like egg-shaped. It's weird. And it doesn't even have a horn. It's weird. Alright, Squirtle, don't you dare crit that thing. Squirtle did not dare crit that thing. Alright, let's go back to trying to find a Spearow. Oh hey, now they're both on screen in the same direction. Yeah, this is one of the cases where I definitely prefer the green sprite over the red sprite. And that Nidoran female behaved a lot better than the one that we caught in green. But now green still needs a Spearow. And I'm gonna sit here with combat music playing until we catch a Spearow. Just because the combat music is more special than the route music. Though I guess the route music is what we're listening to more of until we find the Spearow. I could have had both games playing their sound simultaneously, but I figured that would be a bit cacophonous. And so I decided against it. So we just get silent green. Like, it'd be fine during the times when they're synced up. But the moment one gets into a battle that the other doesn't, which with random encounters is almost always, yeah, it would have desynced them and just been terrible. So we're just looking for a 10% bird. Show me the bird. Wow, another Nidoran male before a Spearow. We've found two 5% before a 10%. Show me the bird. There's the bird. I'm gonna catch this thing. And, ooh, a level 5 bird. I don't want to risk another tackle. But if we change to Popo over here... By the way, this isn't a spirit, it's an Onisuzume. Which is basically, demon or ogre sparrow. Yeah, I'm gonna try one more. Oh, nope. Pidgey does not get to survive that. Alright, let's just bring out the squirrel again. It's probably low enough that we've got a good enough chance to catch it. Whoops, that's not where items live in Japanese. Need to remember that the item option in the menu is in a different spot. There we go. Alright, so Nidoran female, the poison pin Pokemon. Although small, its venomous barbs render this Pokemon dangerous. The female has smaller horns. Interesting. That was actually remarkably similar to the entry over in green. Usually the entries are more disparate between the games. I wonder, is that the case in English between versions? I don't know where to find their dex entries. I mean, I could probably look at Bulbapedia, but meh. Okay, so Onisuzume, the Kotori Pokemon. So, young bird, baby bird, whatever. Oh. They're constantly flying here and there. They don't have a lot of stamina. But they can use Omugaishi, which it's like Parrot Return? Mirror Move, maybe? But they can use that, so they're tough customers. Omugaishi is definitely going to be a move. I don't know what move exactly it is. It's one that was not directly translated. But I'm guessing it's Mirror Move. And now let's just make sure that we get a Spearow on screen for both games at the same time so that we can look at the differences between their sprites. Oh hey, we got a level 5 Spearow on both. And both files have 2 4s in their ID numbers. But anyway, yep, those are definitely some sprite differences. The wing is a lot more defined in the red sprite. And we got more solid color blocking, too. The beak's browner. Not open. The pose is less active, but I definitely appreciate the cleaner line art on Red. And now that we've found everything there is to... Whoops, wrong controller. We found everything there is to find in this patch of grass. So let's go get our team healed up. These trees are so different between games. I swear, this tile set difference, it just gets me every time. Also, the flowers have a 3rd frame of animation in Red, whereas only 2 animation frames in Green. Oops, wrong controller. And actually, while I'm at it, let's go to our options. I need to stop swapping which hand these controllers are in. I need to keep the right game's controller in the right hand. There we go. Now we're in set battle style for both. Yeah, let's go ahead and drop a save in both games. So now the time discrepancy is larger because, whoops, Green did have to reset to beat the rival. But whatever. Oh, I forgot to talk to the old man before we left the first time. When I go shop in Pewter City, I have to take the winding trail in Viridian Forest. So in Japanese, she's saying, sometimes I go to shop in Nibi City. But the trail through Tokiwa Forest it really does wind around. So yeah, we missed out on seeing this guy say, or tell us to basically shove off and all that, and missed his granddaughter saying, oh, you're drunk, or oh, don't mind him, he hasn't had his morning coffee yet. But whatever. I've had my coffee now and I feel great. Versus, looks like I was drunk. Sure, you can go through. My head hurts. Are you in a hurry? I mean, he is asking us if we're in a hurry in both games. And you know what? No, I'm not in a hurry. We can watch you catch a Weedle. I see you're using a Pokédex. When you catch a Pokemon, Pokédex is automatically updated. How would you know Professor Oak only invented it? And, well, we don't know when he invented it, so never mind. Whereas, in Japanese, he says, well then, here's some advice from me. When you catch Pokemon, they automatically get updated on there. So, he adds, here's some advice from me. That wasn't in the English. What? Don't you know how to catch Pokemon? I'll show you how to, then. Yes, show me, the man who has 6 Pokemon on his belt right now. Look at those very different Weedles. So, on the one hand, I like that we actually can see more detail on the body in green. But the tiny head is throwing me, but it also seems too huge in red. I feel like if these two sprites swapped bodies, they would both be improved. Give Red the chunkier body with more detail to match its ginormous head. Give Green the slimmer body to match its smaller head. Both sprites would be improved. I wish I had 50 Monster Balls. First, you need to weaken the target Pokémon. It occurs to me there are a few signs that I haven't read, but whatever. Route 2, Viridian City to Pewter City. Alright, so that's same thing, only thing that changes is the city names. We've got Tokiwa City and Nibi City. Alright, let me just load up our Route 2 encounters. Ah, here we get our first case of version exclusives on the route. They're not version exclusives in the games. And honestly, I'm not gonna bother fishing around for them in here, because I know we're going to have to be fishing around for our Pokemon in Viridian Forest. And both of the things are available in Viridian Forest in both versions. Okay, so there's something here that I want to point out. This child, the sprite for this child, on the tiny screen of a Game Boy, when I was a kid, those didn't look like, you know, braids sticking out to the side to me. No. When I was looking at that tiny screen, that tiny non-lit screen, what it looked to me like was that this kid had little fairy wings. I don't know why that's what my brain went to, but it is.
Rattata may be small, but its bite is wicked. Did you get one?
Whereas in Japanese, they're small, but the attacks they use with those teeth cannot be underestimated. Or taken lightly. Can't be taken lightly. Yeah, let's let this kid turn around. Yeah, I think from behind it's clear. Like, it looks closer to there being, like, two little sets of fairy wings coming out of this kid's back, instead of weirdly triangular arms and braids. That's what it looked like to me. Are you going to Viridian Forest? Be careful, it's a natural maze. So the only difference between English and Japanese there is the Japanese gets a little bit wordier. Instead of just saying be careful, it's be careful not to get lost. Trainer tips. Weaken Pokemon before attempting capture. Whereas in Japanese it says, when you want to catch a Pokemon, weaken them as much as you can. When healthy, they may escape. Notably, instead of escape, like escape from a Pokeball, in Japanese it uses the word nigeru, which is like run away. They don't do that in this game. I guess they were predicting a Gen 2 mechanic there.
I came here with some friends. They're out for Pokemon fights.
Ah, but in Japanese, he didn't just come here with some friends. He came here to catch bug Pokemon with some friends. And everyone's just itching for some fights. Isn't there, like, an item around here? Well, we found a Kakuna. And a Caterpie. So now I've got a choice to make. I don't think I need to bother with catching specifically a wild Kakuna in Red, though I will use it for the XP. It's hard and cannot protect it against my bubble. in Japanese I don't have enough balls to catch everything here. That's actually a problem. I'll try for this Caterpie. Alright, we got it. I kind of want to save a ball for a Pikachu. Maybe I'll just not bother catching anything else unless I find a Pikachu. Or a Weedle. Weedle is rare for, green. Yeah, Weedle and Pikachu are the same encounter rate in green. So, let's just try and find a Weedle in red, or perhaps a Caterpie would be nice. But, Caterpie, the caterpillar Pokemon. It's covered in green skin. When it molts... when it molts and grows... it covers itself... or when it molts and grows enough, I guess. It covers itself in thread to make a cocoon. Or perhaps to turn into a metapod. I don't know... no, I do know metapod's Japanese name. It's Toranseru, which is not what it says here. So yeah, it's literally using the word for a cocoon. Why am I not getting any encounters, game? This is Viridian Forest. Where are the Pokemon? Like, actually, where are they? Game? You're not supposed to be able to go that far through grass without getting an encounter in Viridian Forest. Alright, there's a Weedle. Oops. Right, I have the, thing cropped so I can't actually see the Super Game Boy stuff to change palettes and whatnot. But let's try and catch us a Weedle. Yeah, would you look at that? We found us a Toranseru. So, both games have found their 5% encounter cocoon Pokemon. But we are absolutely not going to attempt to capture this Metapod. We are going to defeat it, and hey, we got a crit! Weedle, the hairy bug Pokemon, often found in forests eating leaves. It has a... whoops. Pressed A on the wrong controller. Gonna go look at that. There it is. It has a sharp, venomous stinger on its head. It sure does. Yeah, I keep on passing the controller for the game that I am focusing on to my right hand, which is a bit of a problem, because it mixes up which controller is in which hand, which makes it a lot tougher to accurately press buttons for the correct game. For poison, use Antidote. Get it at Pokémon Marts. Or get it at friendly shops if you're playing in Japanese. Trainer tips. If you want to avoid battles, stay away from grassy areas. Whereas in Japanese, it's... if your Pokemon have gotten weak and you don't want to make them fight, then stay away, or avoid grassy areas on your way home. So, again, a little bit more verbose in Japanese. I ran out of Pokeballs to catch Pokemon with. You should carry extras. Whereas in Japanese, I wanted to catch some Pokemon, so I threw some Pokeballs, but I ran out pretty quick. You should buy plenty. Make sure you buy plenty. Something like that. I swear, there's gotta be an item on the ground in this general vicinity. I'm having trouble doing the quick turns. Hey look, a Weedle. I am not going to battle that Weedle. That is just a risk I don't want to take. Hey look, another 5% Metapod. Give me the 5% Pikachu game. Or at least the 5% Weedle. Oh, that is a Metapod with relatively high special. But hey, Metapods are good XP. They're free XP is what they are. No threat whatsoever. And now we've got a level 11 Squirtle over there. Hey, you have Pokemon! Come on! Let's battle them! So we crit on the left. That explains the difference in damage output. And on the right, we're still faster, or at least speed tying after a string shot. There's a poison sting on the left, but no poison, thankfully. We missed a tackle. Poison sting on the right. No poison. Alright, and now we got a level 11 Squirtle on both sides. Wow, Caterpie is actually remarkably similar between games. There are some differences. Namely, the thicker outlines around stuff on the right. The little tail bit is more round instead of pointy. The antennae are bigger. As is the, mouth bit, it's bigger. The top legs are more spread apart on the right. And on the right, the eye even has that tiny little bit of highlight. That 1 pixel of highlight. Makes a lot of difference. Though admittedly, I do prefer the softer green of the Caterpie in green. No! Caterpie can't cut it! I wish I got more than 60 Poké-Dollars for that.
Shh! You'll scare the bugs away!
Alright, there's another wild Caterpie on the left there. Just making sure there's nothing over here on the right. Yep, nothing. I'm sorry, but is Viridian Forest just freaking empty for my red?
Yo, you can't jam out if you're a Pokemon trainer.
I get what he means by jam out. He's not talking about, like, you know, jamming out like with a guitar. He's basically like, you can't back out. In Japanese, he's just saying, you know, if you're a Pokemon trainer, you can't refuse a battle. Definitely a case where they added a little bit more color to the terminology for English. Alright, we got level 7 Weedles. Fingers crossed nobody gets poisoned. We got a crit on the left. We missed our second tackle on the left. Alright, nobody's been poisoned. And both Weedles are down. And Kakuna. So I will never understand why they gave Kakuna arms. I don't like the arms, but I will admit the rest of the sprite work does look significantly better. Again, it's just, the sprite work is so much cleaner in Japanese blue, US red and blue, versus Japanese red and green. Anyway, let's get bubbling. That Kakuna's getting so hard. Wow, they both got speed drops on the same turn. And yep, HP, attack, and speed remain the only places where we are seeing any differences so far. It's actually kind of remarkable that defense hasn't differed at all between these two. But yeah, we got 2 more speed and 3 more attack on right Squirtle versus 2 more HP on left Squirtle. Right Squirtle is the better Squirtle. And we got another Weedle. Let's see how Bubble does. And now let's see how Tackle does. Just to compare. Looks like they do about the same on left Squirtle, which means right Squirtle Tackle is going to be much better. Well, maybe not that much better, but still better.
Huh? I ran out of Pokemon!
Trainer tips. Contact Professor Oak via PC to get your Pokédex evaluated. Okay, for reals, where did all the Pokemon in the Red Viridian Forest go? Our encounter rate has been so low compared to Green. Oh hey, we found the 5% Metapod. Oh, right, this is actually a 5% Metapod. 35% for Kakuna in this game, and it's 35% for Metapod in Green. Which means there's actually a pretty decent chance we could get a Metapod on screen in both games at once. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually not a fan of the Pokemon Red Metapod sprite. They got it wrong. Like, those are two very different Pokemon. They're clearly not the same Pokemon. I mean, look at them. On the left, the eye looks weirder, whereas on the right, it's just a regular person eye. Like, I appreciate that the eye looks less human on the left. And also, like, on the right, it seems like that spike coming out of the back of Metapod is actually just a nose, and he's looking away from us, like, I'm too snooty for you. I am a snooty Metapod. Whereas on the left, it's like, yeah, it's just a cocoon. And it's got a spike on the back. Like, it reads more like it's supposed to on the left. Whereas on the right, that's just like some weird guy. Anyway, these are both getting bubbled to death. Even if it's only a 5% encounter in Red and I don't have a Caterpie. For reals though, where are the encounters? Are you seeing this? It's not supposed to take that long to get an encounter in Viridian Forest. It is kind of neat that there is a 40% chance with any encounter in Viridian Forest you find something that is incapable of attacking you, and thus is just free XP that isn't even that hard to get if you have a special attack to use. Also, fun fact, Kakuna's Japanese name is just Cocoon. Nothing special about it, just the word cocoon. Squirtle's got a 1-level advantage in green. Another 5% Metapod on red before we get a 5% Caterpie. Or a 5% Pikachu. Taking all bets. Which game's gonna find Pikachu first? My guess is green because it gets more encounters. I say before it gets a long stretch with no encounters. Okay, now they're both level 13, and I'm gonna just run from things for a bit. Guard, looking at Cerebi, it seems that the cocoon that matches your version of the game, so Kakuna in red and Metapod in green, can get up to level 6 in the wild, and in Pokemon Yellow, wild Metapods could get up to level 6 as well. So, level 6 was the highest you could hope for. Though in Yellow, you could find a level 9 Pidgeotto in this forest. Can't find that in red and green. But they gotta make sure that in Pokemon Yellow, you can find a Pidgeotto in Viridian Forest, because Ash found a Pidgeotto in Viridian Forest. And in Pokemon Yellow, you are playing as Ash. Pokemon Yellow is Pokemon the Anime the Game. It'd be fascinating if they did more Pokemon the Anime the Games. Hey, we did find Pikachu first in Pokemon Green! Now to see how long it's going to take to find Pikachu in Pokemon Red so we can get Pikachu on screen twice. Pikachu's tail is weirdly curvy at the base in green. Like, we're used to seeing Pikachu's tail only have sharp zigzags, but that one's got curves. It's wrong. Alright, Guard, let's see if you're right. We are at 3 more encounters now. Also, hey, look, another freaking 5% Metapod. Come on, game. Show me the rat. Or at least show me the green bug. Not the green cocoon, the green bug. So I guess saying a cocoon isn't a bug is also kind of, not accurate. There's a whole 10% of this encounter table that Red wants and has not seen. And a whole 5% that I'm looking for so that we can have the same Pokemon on screen in both games. admittedly, catching a Pikachu here isn't a super good use of time, because you can just wait until the power plant and they're much more common over there. But still, I like catching everything available in a place before leaving it. That is what I enjoy doing in Pokemon games. I want to catch all of the things. Collecting the things is what I play Pokemon games for. It's why I've collected so many Pokemon games, in both English and Japanese, so that I can collect more things. That's why I've spent the last 3 years working on my source form Pokeball decks. Which, by the way, said Pokédex is exactly 2 entries away from being complete. Those 2 entries, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire Deoxys. 2 of its forms. If I didn't care about them being specifically in Pokeballs, I could have called it done already. But I do, so I need to play through Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire one more time each. I mean, I could just do 2 Alpha Sapphires or 2 Omega Rubies, but I'm gonna do 1 each. And I figure, might as well do them in Japanese, so that I get the Japanese Deoxys Dex entries. Which made me think, hey, I've been meaning to play Pokemon Green at some point, just to see all the different sprites. And I figure, hey, playing Pokemon Green on stream with Pokemon Red next to it would allow me to do it on stream. And so here we are. Yeah, Guard, I can't tell you about there being no level 4 Pikachus, though what I can do is I can press A and we can see what level this one is. Hey, it's a 3. And looks like Cerebi just says minimum level 3, maximum level 5, which is no help. It's possible there's no such thing as a level 4 Pikachu in Viridian Forest. So, fun fact, when I was a kid, I got the Player's Guide for Pokemon Red and Blue, because I used to buy Player's Guides for almost every game I got, because they fascinated me. Both knowing what to do at all times, and for Pokemon especially, seeing what Pokemon are where and how common they are, loved it. And then for every game, getting to see all the artwork in the Player's Guides. It's cool stuff. I liked it a lot. But, the Player's Guide said that, you know, Pokemon caught at a lower level. Or, no, it was like, there was something that implied that the longer a Pokemon spent with a trainer or whatever, the stronger they would get. And I took that to mean that if you caught a Pokemon at a lower level and leveled it up, it would be stronger than a Pokemon caught at a higher level. Which is technically true, because you do get stat experience on your way to the higher levels. But it's not the case that, say, a level 2 Pokemon, or a Pokemon you catch at level 2, at level 100 is going to be stronger than a Pokemon you caught at level 4. That's not how it works. Child me, you were a fool, always trying to catch the lowest possible level version of something you could. An absolute fool. Also, Guard, your bet of 6 more encounters has been very wrong. But that's what happens when you're going for a 5% encounter. It's just weird that I still haven't found a Caterpie either. We have consistently been missing a 10% chunk of this encounter table. Surely, though, we will find the electric rat. Eventually. Just gotta roll that natural 20. It's 5%. Surely, there are electric rats in here. Surely there are Pokemon in this grass somewhere. Not that I can find them. I mean, we're doing great with finding yellow stuff, but these yellow things are not Pikachus. Though I'm sure there are people who, if you asked them, hey, what Pokemon is this? They would say, it's a Pikachu. Because there are people to whom all Pokemon are Pikachu. There are also a subset of people to whom all yellow Pokemon are Pikachu, but only yellow Pokemon. And then there are people to whom only Pikachu is Pikachu. But then there are those for whom not every yellow Pokemon is Pikachu, but every Pikachu-style Pokemon is Pikachu, like Plusle is Pikachu. Interestingly, though, more people are likely to identify Plusle and Minun as Pikachu than are going to identify, say, Pachirisu as Pikachu or Emolga as Pikachu. But there's plenty of people who will identify Pichu as Pikachu. And anyone who fails to identify Pikachu as Pikachu, has been living under a rock for the last 30 years. You know, I betcha there are more people who would identify Mimikyu as Pikachu than who would identify Pachirisu as Pikachu. Definitely more than would identify Togedemaru as Pikachu. Hey, we found the Caterpie! So now I can't say that there's a whole 50% of the encounter, not 50, a whole 10% of the encounter table that we're missing. But we just crit it in the face, so it's dead. And we need to find another Caterpie at some point. Surely, there is a Pikachu in this grass somewhere. You just have to believe. So fun fact, when I first played Pokémon Red, I never had a Super Nintendo. Therefore, I didn't get to see these Pokémon in these colors except in the anime until Pokémon Yellow came out. Because you see, I had a Game Boy Color. And since I was playing Pokémon Red on a Game Boy Color, that meant that most sprites were red, except for specific interactables, which were green. Like, my character up there is basically the color that all interactables were. Find a Pokeball on the ground, it's green. This Weedle, it's red. This Squirtle, it's red. That's how it was with the default palette on Pokemon Red on a Game Boy Color. The default palette for Pokemon Blue, everything was blue with interactables being red, which made a lot more sense because, hey, you find a Pokeball on the ground, it's red. You know, like a Pokeball is. There was a direction you could hold on the D-pad when starting up the game to change the palette to be the palette they used for Pokemon Blue. But whatever. We're using Super Game Boy palettes here, which means that the game is actually got palette data already loaded in for everything. Hey, look, another 5% Metapod. And because of the Super Game Boy palettes, we get Pokemon that are the colors they are supposed to be. With a few exceptions, if I'm not mistaken. Wow, another 5% Metapod. Nice 1 in 400 chance to get those back to back. Shame I can't find the 1 in 20 Pikachu. Also, when I was a kid, by this point in Verdian Forest, I had a Wartortle. Why did I have a Wartortle? Because I wanted to have a Wartortle early so that I could have an easy time. And so I did a lot of grinding on freaking Route 1. And got myself a Wartortle on Route 1. Honestly, the way I played that game back when I was a kid, I made a lot of interesting decisions. Like my decision to not save between freaking beating Brock and leaving Pewter City. Like, I saved right as I was leaving Pewter City. And then just played the game for a long time, not even thinking about saving. Catching every Pokemon available on every route, in every cave, everywhere. Battling every trainer that I could, everywhere. Beating Lieutenant Surge. And then on my way back to Cerulean City to use Cut, my Game Boy Color's batteries died. I lost everything. I was back in Pewter City, having just beaten Brock. Suffice it to say, after that point, I saved at every gym leader. A habit that remains to this day. And you'd think there just weren't any Pikachus in this forest, but I know there's at least one. There has to be. There has to be. Surely there is a Pikachu in here somewhere. Game, I'm good on Weedles. I really don't need more. Show me a different yellow Pokemon. And don't go showing me a Kakuna. A Kakuna is still a Weedle, game. Show me a yellow Pokemon that is not a bug type, please. Pikachu's encounter rate in the power plant is 25%. This is why it is better to not try for Pikachu in Viridian Forest. But when you start with Squirtle, Pikachu makes Misty easier. Yeah, you know what? Guard's right, game. I don't want to see a Pikachu. Please, don't show me a Pikachu. I would be terrified if I saw two Pikachus on screen at the same time. It would just be awful. I don't know what I would do with myself if there was a second Pikachu on the screen. Ugh. I don't want to see that. I hate Pikachus. Don't you dare show me a Pikachu. Don't you dare. Thanks, game, for not showing me a Pikachu. Please keep that up forever. I'm gonna be so upset the moment you show me a Pikachu. Don't you do it. Thanks, game, for showing me another not Pikachu. I love seeing Pokemon that are yellow but not Pikachu. There's no reason for me to not at least start weakening the Pikachu on the left. Not gonna have my Squirtle attack the Pikachu because with a 10-level gap, there's a very real chance that things could go poorly. Cool, the Pikachu paralyzed our Nidoran. Yep, fully paralyzed. And that's Nidoran down. Thankfully, this ain't a Nuzlocke. What about other, more different Nidoran? Wow, paralyzed on the first Thundershock again. That Pikachu's having great luck with its... Wow, and a crit? Yeah, that Pikachu's luck is better than mine, that's for sure. Still can't believe I found back-to-back Metapods before I find even a single Pikachu. Metapod and Pikachu have the same encounter rate, 5%. It is 1 in 400 to find back-to-back Metapods. It is 1 in 20 to find a Pikachu. I am well over odds for finding this Pikachu. I wish I'd been keeping track of how many encounters this has been, but I know it's been a lot. And yeah, Guard, it's definitely seeming like 60 might be right, though it feels like it's been very wrong, and we're well over 60. I don't know for a fact how long we've been at this for, though. We are probably still below 60 encounters, but it feels like more. Oh hey, another Caterpie. I do still need that, so we'll at least try and catch it. Let's bring out Pidgey. And one more gust. And let's throw this Pokeball at this Caterpie. Alright, so we at least got one of the 5% encounters we were looking for. Kind of amazed that it took us so long between Caterpies, too. They could have been taunting us with those in addition to Metapods. Caterpie, the worm Pokemon. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. I wonder whose PC someone's PC could be. That's totally a mystery that people care about, right? There's another Metapod. Yeah, Guard, Electrode did in fact have a ridiculous crit rate in Gen 1. Though, people using Electrodes in the competitive scene would generally just get completely wrecked because of how common Golem and Rhydon were. Not to mention Tauros, which learns Earthquake. So yeah, basically every team that was worth anything had multiple answers to Electrode. And with Electrode learning basically only normal and electric type moves, just send out a Golem or a Rhydon and he just completely shut the thing down. Meanwhile, Venusaur using Razor Leaf, if you get your speed stat to a specific value, it just has a 100% crit rate. Also, hey look, another Metapod. We sure are good at finding Metapods! You know, the 5% encounter rate Pokemon. I'm feeling red. This is not the same red that the game would have had on Game Boy Color. But this is at least similar to what things would have looked like. Hey, it's a Pikachu! Suddenly color returns to the world. The thing is, Guard, it's not just a coin flip for the 5%. There are 3 5% encounters. There's Caterpie, Metapod, and Pikachu. I have found infinite Metapods. I have found 2 Caterpies, and I have found 1 Pikachu. Anyway, as far as these Pikachus go, right Pikachu's got curvier ears, a much pudgier body. Honestly, I prefer the body proportions of left Pikachu. Also, left Pikachu's got the cuter face, like by far. But the ears are just way too pointy. And the tail is wrong on both of them. But Pikachu on the right does have a much happier pose. I do like that. Let's see if this Pikachu gets paralysis on its first Thunder Shock against 2 Pokemon in a row. It does not, so this Pikachu is less lucky than other Pikachu. Which makes sense considering how long it took to show up. Got a crit though. Both Pikachus have crit me. Yeah, I think overall I prefer the sprite for Pikachu in green. They both have things that are very wrong about them. Neither one is a good sprite, I would say. Honestly, I kind of do like... Wow, another crit. I kind of do like the Pokemon Yellow Pikachu sprite. Though, with how the Pokemon Yellow Pikachu sprite actually has less yellow to it, it does look a little bit wrong. But still, I think I prefer the Pokemon Yellow Pikachu sprite versus the red or green Pikachu sprite. And like, yeah, they slimmed it down some, but it's still pudgy in yellow. Alright, let's get to throwing Poke and Monster balls. Okay, we caught right Pikachu. Oh, no catch on left Pikachu. Please, left Pikachu, I only have 4 balls, you need to stay in one of them. Okay, there we go. We have got 3 balls left for a Weedle in Pokemon Green. Pikachu, the mouse Pokemon. Also the mouse Pokemon on the left, which is interesting because in Japanese, Pikachu and Rattata have the same classification. They are both Nezumi Pokemon, which is mouse Pokemon. Yet in English, Rattata became the rat Pokemon. Anyway, when several of these Pokemon gather, their electricity could build and cause lightning storms. Whereas on the left, both of its cheeks have small electric pouches. When it's in trouble, it discharges electricity. Okay, let's get out of this forest so that we can go A, heal the Pokemon that have fainted, and B, Pikachus. Yes, we are going to go Pikachus. We talk to this guy. You can use that PC in the corner. The receptionist told me. So kind. Yep, pretty much the same thing. Alright, let's use this PC in the corner. Go to someone's PC. Who could it be? And we are going to deposit Pokemon. We don't need no Popo, nor any Pidgey. And you know what? We don't need a pair of Nidoran in each game. Pikachus! I choose yous! And Caterpies! I choose these! Probably should have not walked through the grass, but apparently it only matters for green. I wonder if the encounter rate actually was lowered for red. It's possible. It would certainly match with my experience so far. Actually, we should go through the grass on green because we still need a Weedle. Yeah, see, if we were playing on a Game Boy Color, that Pokeball would be this shade of green, but all the other stuff would be this kind of red. And that is the way that I played the game as a child. That is what my Pokémon Red looked like. 'Cause I had a Game Boy Color, not a Game Boy Pocket or DMG. And I had Pokémon Red, not Pokémon Blue. Oh, incidentally, we're on the same tile set in Viridian Forest. Whereas outside Viridian Forest, the tile sets are different. Like, we've got the old style grass here instead of the new style grass. We've got the dirt paths instead of grass here and there. It's fascinating seeing the differences in tile sets, and yet where the tile sets become the same sometimes. Also, you know what? I should save these games because they have both gotten Pikachus. Trainer tips. No stealing of Pokemon from other trainers. Catch only wild Pokemon. Whereas in Japanese, people's Pokemon belong to them. Only throw monster balls at wild Pokemon to catch them. Hey, wait up! What's the hurry? Whereas in Japanese, it's basically, where are you going in such a hurry? Basically the same meaning, but it's a little longer. They had to squeeze it down to fit in the text box for English. Look at them level 9 Weedles. Left Squirtle got a crit, despite being the slower Squirtle. Right Squirtle received a crit. It's honestly remarkable that nobody's been poisoned yet.
I give! You're good at this! Sometimes you can find stuff on the ground. I'm looking for the stuff I dropped. Whereas in Japanese, it's... Sometimes there really is something in places where you can't see it. There's something on the ground in places where you can't see it. Ah. We've actually got quite a different thing for this last text box. So here he's saying, in English, he's saying he's looking for the stuff he dropped, whereas in Japanese, it's, I dropped something earlier. Can you help me look for it? So instead of, I'm looking for something I dropped, it's, can you help me? Which, I guess, maybe they changed because they didn't want to give the impression that you could find and return whatever he lost? So now, here's the real question. Do I stay in Viridian Forest until I find the 5% Weedle? I think the answer is yes. I kinda did stick around until I found that 5% Pikachu. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna whip out my little hand counter. And I'm gonna count for each encounter I had, since I declared that I would do that. So this is number 1. Let's see if we find Weedle before getting to 20. Or indeed before getting to freaking 60. I'm looking for Weedle. It is a 5% encounter rate. Hopefully it's a bigger 5% encounter rate than Pikachu. But we will see. Here's number 2. Look at that there, Metapod. Still amazes me that they managed to take this tune and turn it into a happy stroll for the Gen 2 version of the music. Or I guess for the... There's encounter number 3, by the way. For the Gen 4 remakes, actually. Gen 2 didn't have a Viridian Forest, it was just a hedge maze. And encounter number 4 is another Metapod. We are really good at finding Metapods, apparently. Notably, Caterpie is a 50% encounter rate, Metapod is 35%, and yet the last 4 encounters has contained 1 Caterpie and 3 Metapods. Oh, Caterpies are climbing in the ranks. They still haven't grabbed their 50% encounter rate yet. Show me a Weedle. I'm just paying for the good luck I had finding the Nidorans earlier. Those guys showed up so quick. And now we've got Metapods on the rise again. Trying to pretend that they are the real Caterpies, encounter rate-wise. Still Metapods. We are now at 5 Metapods for 2 Caterpies. Reminder, Metapod, 35% encounter rate. Caterpie, 50% encounter rate. What are these odds? Metapod again! 6 Metapods, 2 Caterpies. I'd say the encounter table has been flipped, but if it had, we would have found a bajillion Weedles already. Metapod again! 7 Metapods, 2 Caterpies! What even are statistics? Another Pikachu! Because of course I have to find another Pikachu before I find a Weedle on this game. Oh, we've got Caterpie number 3. Out of 11 encounters. 50% encounter rate, by the way. We found a Kakuna. It evolves from Weedle, but is not a Weedle. Same encounter rate as Weedle. But it is not what we are here for. Though admittedly, I am tempted to catch it because I need to have one of everything. But now is not the time to be building a living dex. Living dexes come when we have more than 2 monster balls to throw. Anyway, we're at 12 encounters. So we are still under odds. I mean, we're over odds if we look at all the encounters I've had in Viridian Forest up to this point. But we're under odds since I started counting. Hey look, another Pikachu! Why do you do this to me, game? And another Metapod. So, we are at 1 Kakuna, 2 Pikachus, 3 Caterpies, and a billion Metapods. By a billion, I mean 8. 9 now. So, 9 out of 15 encounters have been Metapod. That means Metapod currently is sitting at a 60% encounter rate. And here's Caterpie number 4. Metapod has still been more than 50% of what I have encountered. Again, 35% encounter rate for Metapod here. 50% for Caterpie, which has been 25% of what I have encountered here. I have encountered literally half the number of Caterpies I should have. Hey look, another Pikachu! This game has found 4 Pikachus faster than the other game found 1. Hey look, another Metapod! The desire sensor is real. I don't know what else to say. The desire sensor is real. There's Caterpie number 5. Which, hey, Caterpie has gotten above 25% encounter rate now. Still has nowhere near his 50%. And by the way, this next encounter has to be Weedle or we are going over odds. Since I started counting. Again, we're already over odds, just... Since I started counting, we will be over odds if this next encounter is not Weedle. Because next encounter is number 20. And Weedle's encounter rate is 1 in 20. Hey look, it's a Caterpie! That's Caterpie number 6 out of 20 Pokemon. So, Caterpie's made it to 30%. Oh, 7 out of 21. We're at 33.3 repeating percent. Again, Caterpie's encounter rate is 50%. But hey, Metapod is now below 50% of what we've encountered. Still on the rise! Oh yeah, Guard, Pokemon Green is absolutely having a laugh at me. 100%. We are now at 9 out of 24 encounters being Caterpies. Hey look, another Metapod! So I think we have found 9 Caterpies, 12 Metapods, 1 Kakuna, and 3 Pikachus. But now we're at 10 Caterpies and 12 Metapods. I was really hoping I'd be done with Brock by now. I really was. Metapod is really just making sure Caterpie cannot surpass it in terms of how many I have encountered. Caterpie's struggling. It's trying to get there. But it just isn't. Another Pikachu! Guard, that's one of those 3-5% you've called. We'll see if we find another 2. Also, every Pikachu I have found has been level 3 exactly. I've lost track of exactly how many of each Pokemon I've found so far. I know it's been 1 Kakuna, 4 Pikachus. I think we're still at 1 Metapod more than we've seen Caterpies. I think. Back to 2 more! Oh, these Metapods refuse to believe that they have a 35% encounter rate. I'm glad I like the Viridian Forest theme. If I didn't like this, this would be maddening. Hey look, another Metapod! We are now at 3 Metapods more than we've seen Caterpies. Oh, these Metapods, they are on the rise. Caterpie's not going down without a fight! There's a Kakuna. Guard, we are now at 2 5%. 1 more 5% before Weedle, and your call will be accurate. Watch me find a Weedle and have 2 Pokeballs not be enough to catch it. Or worse yet, watch me find a Weedle and accidentally crit it and it dies. So, fun fact, the next encounter will be encounter number 40. With Weedle's average appearance rate being 1 in every 20 encounters, we are now at 40 encounters since I started counting, and no Weedle. We are past double odds. Hey look, another Kakuna! Guard, you are correct. I am in fact going to have seen at least 3 more 5% before Weedle since you said that. Why did you have to say that? You doomed me. But we'll see if you're entirely accurate, and if my next 5% is a Weedle, then you win a prize? The prize is begrudging respect. Let's see if you get it. Hey look, another Metapod. Because these Metapods have to make sure they stay above the Caterpies. Even though, again, Caterpie, 5%. No, not 5%, 50%. 50% for Caterpie, 35% for Metapod. Metapod is not supposed to be more common than Caterpie, but it is. Yeah, Califor, this grass is 100% cursed. As is the grass that I was searching for Pikachus in over in Red. But I found a Pikachu over there. Surely I will find a Weedle over here. Surely. It has to happen, eventually. It's just a matter of when. Will it be today? Tomorrow? 3 years from now? All are possible. Guard does not get begrudging respect. We found another Kakuna before we found a Weedle. We are now at 4 5% other than Weedle before Weedle. Since you said that, that is. We're at more overall. I'm doing really good at missing this 1 in 3. Yeah, I think before you said that, we had 3. So now I am at 7 shots for a 1 in 3 that I have yet to make. Which admittedly isn't the most unlikely event in the world. Honestly, I think it's probably more unlikely that we would find as many Metapods as we've found. But that's just how life goes sometimes. Sometimes you find a million Metapods. Oh, if you want to hear about my RNG in Pokemon, I spent the last week or so playing through Pokemon Omega Ruby so that I could work on my living Pokeballed form decks. I found Pokerus in the wild before Flannery. So it's not the first time I found Pokerus remarkably early in Hoenn. I mean, we all saw me get it before the freaking... before Petalburg in Pokemon Emerald on stream. We saw that happen. But here's the thing. Yes, I found Pokerus before Flannery. But then my Pokemon all recovered from it, etc., etc. But then later, got to Victory Road, had a few Pokemon I wanted to level up so that I could evolve them. And I found Pokerus again in the wild. Twice in one run, I found Pokerus in the wild. Hey, look, another Kakuna! That's another failure at the 1 in 3. We are now at 8 fails since I started counting. Yeah, I've never found wild Pokerus twice in a single run before. And yet I did in this Omega Ruby run. It's just fascinating. Where'd all the Pokemon go? There's one. Of course it's a Caterpie. Though actually, that's something of a surprise. It'd be less surprising if it was a Metapod. Wait, you can get Pokerus from trainers? That's weird. Thought you could only get it from wild Pokemon. Good old Metapod. A real comforting sight by this point. Imagine if I was fighting all the Metapods we've found, I would totally have a Wartortle by now. Everyone knows Metapod is the most common Pokemon in Pokemon Green, Viridian Forest, right? I mean, why wouldn't it be? It's the greenest thing here. Caterpie, like... We found Weedle just before we hit 3 times odds. If my count is correct, which it might not be, there's very much a possibility that I either forgot to press the button or pressed the button more than once for any given Pokemon. But I should at least be close, and by my count, this is encounter number 59 since I started counting. So we barely squeaked in under triple odds. Anyway. Oh, interesting. I did not realize that our Pokemon would keep their HP unfull from PC words. I was thinking that this would be like later games, where when you catch a Pokemon and it goes to the PC, it has full health. But apparently not. Anyway, let's see if this Pikachu can get us a para. If I use Thunder Shock again, there's a very real chance that we will crit and kill this Weedle. I'm not going to risk that. Let's use Caterpie to try to catch this Bidoru. Yeah, that's got no risk of killing the thing. Though poison is super effective against bug in this game. So, rip Caterpie. There is no one else here that I trust not to kill that Bidoru. So, let's send out Onisuzume. Just to have something out here. And use our Monster Boru. There's a pretty good chance that this will catch. Thank you. Okay, this is the Kemushi Pokemon. Interesting. Isn't that... Wait, no. That is the Hairy Bug. Which... Yeah, Hairy Bug. I was thinking, wait, isn't that what Caterpie was? Didn't Caterpie have Hairy Bug? No, Caterpie is the worm. Even though Caterpie is Imomushi, which is caterpillar, but I guess caterpillar wouldn't fit. Okay, so... in English, it's often found in forests eating leaves. It has a sharp, venomous stinger on its head. In Japanese... there are lots of them in forests and grassy areas. On its head, it has a roughly 5 centimeter, a small and sharp, roughly 5 centimeter stinger. So it doesn't talk about how, well, it does say it's a, you know, it's a venomous stinger. And it does say it's sharp. So this is roughly the same thing. The only thing that we change between red and green is green says that the stinger is roughly 5 centimeters. So we get a little bit more detail out of Pokemon Green versus Pokemon Red. Leaving Viridian Forest, Pewter City ahead. And, yep, this just says that this is the Tokiwa Forest exit. And Nibi City is ahead. Have you noticed the bushes on the roadside? Whereas, in Japanese, he's saying, there's a bunch of thin trees on the routes, right? Or like, you've seen a bunch of thin trees on the routes, right? They can be cut down by a special Pokemon move. Yep, they can be cut down by a Pokemon move. He doesn't say that it's a special Pokemon move in Japanese, it's just a Pokemon move. But he does say that after you cut them down, you can pass by them. So the move stops being special, but you start being able to get past them if you use it in Japanese. Many Pokemon live only in forests and caves. Yep, lots of Pokemon only live in forests and caves. You need to look everywhere to get different kinds. And in Japanese, if you want to catch a lot of different Pokemon, you need to persistently look everywhere. Alright, so we're back to Route 2. So, this here, thing that is cuttable, in English is just a bush. But in Japanese is a thin tree. The Japanese descriptor is more accurate, I would say. Pewter City's a whole different vibe between these two games. It's much more pewtery. I feel like it's supposed to be like that for the English one as well. Like, I don't think it's supposed to be green like this. I feel like I accidentally got myself stuck on a specific palette. And I don't know how to fix it. But maybe... hang on. I know what I can do. Since that is the game that I have in my Analogue Pocket, that means that I can go over here and actually see the things. So, what is everything? No, we don't want to change the controls. No, I don't want to mess with the palette. I mean, I kind of do. So what's this for? Is this for... Yeah, I don't want to draw on the screen. Oh, I completely changed the background. Can I undo that? Apparently not. I don't know how things go on the Super Game Boy. Apparently, is the correct border. So, we have a variety of palettes that are pre-made that we can choose from. Incidentally, none of them is the palette that is present on the Game Boy Color. This is the closest, but even it is wrong. Oh, there's more sets of palettes. Honestly, none of them can be correct because the player sprite has to be a different color from the background stuff. So, and I guess, yeah, this is just what we're stuck with, and maybe Pewter City just isn't going to be pewtery in Pokemon Red. Feels wrong. Whoops. Alright, let's change who we've got in front. Let's swap to Pikachu. I know that I want to get more levels on Nidoran, but I feel like getting more levels on Pikachu earlier is going to be to our benefit, because Pikachu is good against flying types and also against water types. And we don't have anyone who's good against either of those yet. And Nidoran is going to take a while before he comes into his own as a Nido King. But let's go to this here gym. Wait, we gotta see what Pewter City's all about. We can read signs from the back, right? Yeah, this is trainer tips, not Pewter City. Any Pokemon that takes part in battle, however short, earns EXP. Yep. There aren't many serious Pokemon trainers here. They're all like bug catchers. They're all like bug catchers, but Pewter Gym's Brock is totally into it. So in Japanese, in Pewter City, or in Nibishiti, there's a bunch of people who catch Pokemon just for fun, like bug catchers. Yeah, it's basically all people who are just in it for fun, as a hobby. But in the Pokemon Gym, Takeshi's a different beast. He doesn't say he's a beast, he just says he's different. He's not like them. Psst, do you know what I'm doing? So, in Japanese, he's not going psst, he's going whoosh. Or like whoosh. It's more of a spraying sound rather than a psst. Something that can't be mistaken for, hey, I got a secret. No, what are you doing? I'm spraying Repel to keep Pokemon out of my garden. Yep, that's the thing he's doing in both games. Just interesting that in Japanese he uses a different sound effect that cannot be mistaken for the whole I'm trying to get your attention to tell you a secret thing. Pewter City, a stone gray city. Ah, but you see, in Japanese, Nibishiti is not just stone gray. It says that Nibi is the color of ashes and stone. Which, Haido is also just the word for gray, so I guess it is just a gray stone city. But at least the language seems more colorful before you consider it. If you're doing a direct, literal translation, which is very rarely the correct thing to do, but still. It's rumored that Clefairies came from the moon. Whereas in Japanese, she's asking if we've heard the rumor that Clefairies came from the moon. Also, I don't like that you've pluralized Clefairies like that. Nor do I like that the S is not capitalized. Please, IES, and make it all be capital if any of the word is capital. They appeared after Moonstone fell on Mount Moon. Just Moonstone the concept? So, Mount Moon in Japanese is Otsukimiyama, which is moon viewing mountain, which, yeah, basically the same. Yep, after a moonstone, or after Moonstone, the concept fell on Mount Moon, they started appearing. Yep. Well, it's the gym. The leader is Brock or Takeshi, the rock-solid Pokemon trainer. Whereas in Japanese, he is the strong and hard rock man. I can see why they wouldn't directly translate that. It has a very different nuance to it. Hiya! I can tell you have what it takes to become a Pokemon champ. Whereas in Japanese, hey, do you want to try becoming the Pokemon champion as your goal? I'm no trainer, but I can tell you how to win. Yep, in Japanese, he's no trainer, but he's got some good advice for winning. Let me take you to the top. And in Japanese, so let's both shoot for the championship. All right, let's get happening. The first Pokemon out in a match is at the top of the Pokemon list. Yep. By changing the order of Pokemon, matches could be made easier. Yep. Oh, but in Japanese he adds, give it a try. He doesn't invite us to give it a try in English. Pewter City Pokemon Gym. Leader Brock. Winning trainers Blue. Whereas in Japanese, it's the Nibi Pokemon Gym. And then instead of saying Leader Brock, winning trainers Blue, it's basically trainers that have been recognized by Takeshi. So they don't separate it out. It's basically like these trainers have earned the gym leader's approval or whatever. Oh boy, are you ready to be light years away from fighting Brock? Stop right there, kid! Whereas in Japanese it's like, hey, hold on. You're still light years from facing Brock. And in Japanese, what's a kid doing here? So they took the first two sentences and smushed them into one. So what's a kid doing here? Oh, we're not just light years from facing Brock. We are 10,000 light years from facing Brock. He actually says it's 10,000 light years too early for us to face Brock, which makes even less sense. Oh, right, I haven't been looking at the trainer names, because they aren't names, they're just classes. So, interestingly, the bug catchers, I mean, they're bug catchers, but in Japanese, I believe it's Mushitori Shonen, which is bug catching boy. Here, junior trainer male is straight up just Boy Scout. Boy Scouto. So yeah, we're fighting literal Boy Scouts. Probably changed because I believe the Boy Scouts of America is, you know, an actual organization with a trademarked name. So, Diglett over there on the right. That sure is a Diglett, whereas Digda on the left. He's a little bit stubbier. He doesn't have as much dirt. And why is his nose white? Still funny to me that this is considered the rock gym, and yet every single Pokemon in here is ground typed. Not every Pokemon in the gym is rock typed. Oh, we got a speed drop on the left. Should have compared the Pikachu's stats. But if we swap back to Pikachu, should be able to take one hit, right? Maybe not. Not if this thing uses a ground move. But I don't think it has a ground move that can do damage. Though a scratch might still be painful. Not a one-shot. So, looks like right Pikachu's got more HP. So Sandshrew versus Sando. That's right, Sandshrews name in Japanese is literally just sand. Sandshrew is way cuter. Like, look at that. That thing is adorable, whereas Sando is kinda weird. Again, the sprite work is much cleaner on Sandshrew. Look at those eyes, they are adorable. The pose in general, just really cute. Oh, we got another speed drop on the left. But we also got a sand attack. Thankfully, it's not gonna matter. Okay, let's look at the Pikachu stats now. Okay, so right Pikachu is slower and less defensive, but it has more HP and higher attack. Or no, not slower. That's special down there. I'm used to speed being on the bottom. Oh, right Squirtle is level 14 now. Darn! Light years isn't time, it measures distance. Whereas on the left, 10,000 light years is not time. It's distance. You're pretty hot, but not as hot as Brock. Whereas in Japanese, it's, you're pretty good, but not as good as Brock. So that's just a case of using more colorful language in the translation, which, again, always fine. Unless they try and take it too colorful for the character, but I mean, this is a little punk in a gym. Thinks he's better than you until he's proven wrong. But then thinks, hey, Brock is still better than you. When Jigglypuff sings, Pokemon get drowsy. So, in Japanese, when Pudding sings, most Pokemon get drowsy. Me too. So interestingly, the poo 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 is a direct translation of the noises that Jigglypuff made in the Japanese. What? Team Rocket is at Mount Moon, huh? Oh, yep, the Rockettodan is at Otsukimiyama. Uh-huh, I'm on the phone. Yep, that tracks with the Japanese. Scram! Whereas in Japanese, it's, come on, don't bother me, kid. I mean, he doesn't say kid, but it's like, so please don't bother me. Not scram. He's a bit ruder in English. And we save before gym leaders. I'm Brock. I'm Pewter's gym leader. Whereas Japanese is like, so you're here. And yeah, so he's just got an extra little greeting there. I believe in rock-hard defense and determination. He's got a pun here in Japanese. A pun that we don't get in English. In English, he believes in rock-hard defense and determination. Whereas in Japanese, his solid will is also expressed by his Pokemon, except the word for will, ishi, is a homophone for the word for rock, ishi. It's a pun! In Japanese, he also then adds that his Pokemon are, they're hard and, come on, Zio, it's like, that they're patient, good at waiting things out. They have good endurance. There's a number of ways you could take that. That's why my Pokemon are all the rock type. That's right, I only use rock-type Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah, he's got a pun in Japanese that we don't get in English. Do you still want to challenge me? Whereas in Japanese, you can battle me, but you know you're gonna lose. Fine then, show me your best. That's in Japanese. That's how Pokemon trainers should be, so let's do it. Come at me. Or show me your best. And here we've got Brock / Takeshi. With his Geodude / Ishitsubute. Which, Ishitsubute is basically just like Pebble. Whereas in English, it is a Geode and a Dude. And also, look at those sprites. Neither one is good. The arms are too curvy in both of them. But like... at least Geodude is more recognizable as like having a face on the right. Though I really don't think it needed the, like, curved sassy arm, nor the thumbs up, get out of here arm on the other side. And yet the arms on the Japanese Geodude are, they don't read as well. Neither one of these sprites, I would say, is good. Oh, we crit left Geodude. Good job, left Squirtle. Okay, both Geodudes are down. Now left Squirtle is level 14. Ooh, this is actually going to be a bit of a risk swapping to Pikachu here. Please, no bind from either Onix. Ever, actually, because bind is horrible in this game. Okay, we got Screech on the left and Tackle on the right. Neither one is bind. We're good with that. Right. They swapped where items and Pokemon go between languages. Back to Squirtles / Zenigame. And looks like we got some tackles. Those are fine. Let's show them some bubbles. Oh, we got Bite on the right. And we got a missed Screech on the left, I believe. I wasn't paying attention to what move it used. I only saw that it missed. And, actually looking at these Onixes, I much prefer the pose of left Onix. If it only had the cleaner sprite work of right Onix, I think I would completely prefer left Onix. By the way, Onix, Iwaku, which is a portmanteau of Iwa, which means boulder, and rock. So it's a boulder rock, whereas we got Onix. Anyway, I don't think either one of these Onixes is going to survive this turn. Because right Onix isn't going to get to use Bide, or at least it's not going to get to finish it. And left Onix, I mean, it's also going down to a bubble. They're both gone. Goodbye, Onixes. Man, if only Electric was a physical attacking type, right Pikachu would actually be pretty decent. I took you for granted. As proof of your victory, here's the Boulder Badge. Ah, but in Japanese, it's not just here's the Boulder Badge, it's here's the official Pokemon League Gray Badge. That's an official Pokemon League badge! Okay, so calling it an official Pokemon League badge just got moved until after you get it. Interesting. Its bearer's Pokemon become more powerful. The technique Flash can now be used anytime. And on the left, Pokemon that know the move Flash can even use it outside of battle. Wait, take this with you. Also, I know. I'll give this to you. Oh boy, I'm gonna sell that. A TM contains a technique that can be taught to Pokemon. If you use a Waza machine, which is literally just a move machine, so we call them TMs, but in Japanese they are move machines. Use a move machine, and your Pokemon will instantly learn that move. But the machines are consumable. A TM is good only once, so when you use one to teach a new technique, pick the Pokemon carefully. Think carefully before you pick which Pokemon to learn it. TM34 contains Bide, whereas in Japanese, speaking of, Move Machine 34 has Bide. Your Pokemon will absorb damage in battle, then pay it back double. And in Japanese, when your Pokemon are attacked, they'll take it. Like they'll endure it. And then pay it back double all at once. It's an interesting move, so he says in Japanese. He doesn't call the move interesting in English. I guess he likes it more in Japanese. Actually, before we go to the Pokemon Center, let's go buy all of the Monster Balls and Pokeballs that we can. And let's talk to the people inside the mark because they might have interesting things to say. A shady old man got me to buy this really weird fish Pokemon. It's totally weak and it costs 500 Pokédollars. Also, there shouldn't be a comma there, just grammatically. Putting a comma there means that this is a man who is both shady and old. Whereas with no comma, he is a shady man, or an old man who is shady. No comma is just a little bit better in cases like these. Whereas in Japanese, I ended up buying a weird Pokemon from a shady man. It's super weak. And it costs 500 yen. Or super weak even though it cost 500 yen. Good things can happen if you raise Pokemon diligently, even the weak ones. Japanese. If you give it your all to raise, or give raising weak Pokemon your all, or even weak Pokemon, then good things can still happen. So yeah, basically the same thing. Alright, Pokeballs and Monster Balls. I will buy 9 of each. I wish I could buy more, but I can't. Oh, wait, we need to sell Bide, because we have very limited inventory space in this game. I should really put the town map in our PC. But Bide is not good enough to keep. So, yeah, I would definitely take 5 more monster/Pokeballs instead of Bide. And there should be enough trainers between here and Mount Moon for us to buy a Magikarp. But I'm going to go ahead and heal our Pokemon. And then I'm going to go ahead and call it a stream, because I need to do so that I can feed my cats and have my own dinner. So yeah, that's going to be it for this stream. Thanks, folks, for dropping by to watch and chat and all that. And I will be back tomorrow for a Sunday stream of more of these 2 games. I think between streams, I might do a little bit of leveling up of Pokemon that aren't Squirtle, just so that we've got a higher baseline to work from. But that's about all I'll do. So yeah. Thanks, folks, for dropping by to watch and chat. I already said that. But, yeah, tomorrow, more Pokemon Red and Green. See you then, friends.